Looks like we working. Heyo. All right. I am in a bad spot. But I am just kind of out in the middle of nowhere, so it'll be fun. There goes my stream announcement. Mark that as read. And let's see about some flipping encounters, dude. Let's do it. I'm so happy you're both happy, because otherwise life would be crappy. Oh, there we go. Yo, what up, Gravy? Big bean dinosaur burrito cake. Man. I love the way you guess, Gravy. I love the way you guess. I'm really excited for you to actually hit one of them, though, because um, there are a couple of animations now. I found this program called OpenTunes, which allows you to rig and animate 2D images. So I rigged up the images. That's why that dude's standing in a T-pose now, because I got a new image of it in a T-pose so that I could more easily contort the limbs and stuff. So we actually have a couple of animations. It's only one animation per character right now, but it's there. We're doing it. We're freaking doing it, dude. We're gonna make this game badass as fuck. That's actually totally the plan, Gravy. Is to just turn my Twitch stream into a video game. I was thinking, and I'll still make long form videos for my YouTube and stuff, but I don't care as much about creating videos as I do about streaming. I very much prefer streaming. So I want to make my stream as viable a form of entertainment as possible so that I don't need to supplement that with trying to figure out how to make good videos and how to try and increase my engagement that way. I would rather increase my engagement by having people in the stream doing stuff. And I want to increase my engagement by having people in the stream talking to each other. Right? I love talking to everybody, but there's going to be a point. I want there to be a point where I can't keep up. So it's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun to learn all of this stuff. This is all very new to me. I've never animated anything. The animations that exist now are the first animations I have ever made in my entire life. This Misty Dawn person is following me around. Look here, you little shithead. Leave me alone. Big lady nurse boss fight when? Big, no, no big lady nurse boss fights. I am gonna put the stick figure in there though. Um, Actually, there will probably be multiple versions of the stick figure. Because why the hell not, you know? Why the hell not? I'm getting kind of tired of the fact that I can't hear. There's normally music in this game. There's like a background music, and I don't know how I turned it off. There we go. Just to have something to listen to in the background, you know? Making some noodles, spicy chicken noodles. Heyo. That's some good shit right there, Gravy. I mean, personally, I don't really like spicy food, but chicken and noodles sounds dope. I kind of like the synthesizer music. It's kind of nice. Kinda nice. Yo, what's up, Lounge? How are you today? What are you getting yourself up to? Hermit should make Eve 2 and Dune 2 and Arc Burrito evolved. What? Doing well. How goes the grind today? You know, I just got started, Lounge. We've only been streaming for about 11 minutes. So this is our first little spot here. I've got a bunch of freaking LP. 2.2 million LP that I need to get sold. Today's supposed to be the day that I go ahead and get my next account. So tomorrow we should be running 2 accounts, hopefully. So I got to kind of put some work in. I've been fucking around with this game and the channel a lot, and it's kind of slowed me down, which is fine. I think the game's going to be a super huge hit once I really get it figured out, but there's even animations now. Only a couple, but I've got the models rigged up and stuff like that so I can make some good animations. So excited, though. So freaking excited. Gonna be something that I'm gonna be doing every day for at least a couple hours, is working on this game. What I need to do now is figure out a way where I can get this OBS overlay thing to actually show up on my screen, so that I can kind of see what's going on and see what's happening. So that I can know, you know, if something's going wrong or if something looks kind of goofy, or, I mean, the animations all look pretty goofy. I am not a great animator. I have never once in my life created an animation for anything. I'm really excited for you all to see the animations. Actually, they're pretty jank. I love them. I guess technically I could just show them to you. Here we go. Here's the one for when chat attacks. Whoa! He does a little flying kick. And then here's the one for when the boss attacks. I actually need to turn the chat one off of loop. I think the boss attack one is actually kind of good, but the chat attack one is pretty trash. It's good times, though. Good times. Wow. Wow. I'm just happy that they work. I'm happy that anything exists. Although the chat attack sound is still the sword slashing sound. So he's going to be doing a flying kick, and then it's going to be like shing shing. That's not going to make any sense. But that's okay. And then the main boss does a tail whip, or the Thesaurusaurus does a tail whip, but he still goes with the growl, like the row sound. So that's not really going to work either. I need like a whoopsh or something like that. I kind of want to do the audio myself. And just, because the whole thing is kind of janky, because I don't really know what I'm doing. If I just did all the audio with my mouth and recorded all the attack sounds with my mouth, I feel like that would be kind of cool. Just acapella it. About to say you should do the sounds. Yeah, there you go. There you go. I've been thinking about it. Go borrow some free sounds for references so that I kind of get an idea of, what mixture of sounds you might want, and then try and mix something up real quick. Get a voice changer or, some sort of voice modulation program or something like that, and just mess with it a little bit so that I can get some really interesting audio back, and then just make all the sounds myself. I feel like that's a good idea. Feel like that's a hell of an idea. Have you had a chance to look at the project at all for yourself, Gravy? So you can try and implement some shit for yourself? Something else that I think might be cool is maybe writing some voice lines. So I know that streamer.bot can pull a random media file from a folder and play it. So if I made, even just 3 or 4 voice lines for the attacks, and then recorded them with, again, like the voice mod program, or something really simple like that, then, I could make myself like sound like the dinosaur and do some Thesaurusaurus sounds like, "I'll kill you, puny human," or something like that, and then do the attack. Try and work on some voice acting chops here. And then it can just pull from one of those every time the attack goes off, and that'll at least be slightly better than just plain old audio. One of these people's names is Bullet Anarchy. I also probably need to take more care with what types of words I use. So for the boss's attacks, I used really generic words or really generic topics, and so they've been hitting quite a bit. But what I haven't been doing is doing that for the chat attacks. They're actually based, they're not based at all on the game that we're playing, and I probably should base them a little bit on the game that we're playing. So that way just regular conversation about the game would trigger the attacks. Yeah, it's the same boss as has been here for... and it's been carried over, right? It's persistent. So all of the damage that's been dealt since I put this boss back up, since the first time it was destroyed, is still there. So the boss actually has... more hit points, because it was yesterday. Lounge hit one of its healing words. So the boss's health is actually 510. Chat's health right now is only 975. But yeah, it's gonna stay pretty persistent from now on. Honestly, depending on how things go. Ooh, I have an idea. I want to make an inventory for the character, and I want the players to be able to look at the inventory by hitting like exclamation point inventory. And then they can see what's in there. So every boss will like drop an item. Cool God skating in water when sharks in bikinis cheer them ultra 4K 10-hour loop. If we could get drops from the boss, that would be sick. Yeah, definitely. Definitely, Lounge. I always intended to have stuff drop from the boss, but I was going to just try and put up some sort of like a UI over here so that you could see, you know, sort of what you had. But eventually you'll get too much stuff, right? Because if you don't die, so chat will be persistent, and every time it defeats a boss, a new boss will appear, or a new iteration of the same boss or something like that, depending on how many bosses I can make and how quickly y'all can kill them. And I was going to try and like maybe make some items or something that I can place over the chat image. You know, like put a sword in their hand and then put a helmet on them, put some chainmail on them, whatever. But eventually, you know, you're just going to run out of stuff to add. And so just having some sort of an inventory so that, and then when chat dies, the inventory will get erased and we'll go all the way back down to nothing. And you'll start all over again. We're basically going to turn chat into a long-term roguelite. Because why not? Sounds like a hell of a lot of fun. I definitely think I need to add more words, though, because I'm not giving y'all a hint to the theme. I probably need to add, I think, so I really wanted everything to kind of fall. People are asking for an SQL integration, so that will make things interesting for this game. Who's people? Oh, do you mean a SQL integration for streamer.bot? I get it now. Because SQL is a database system, right? Or a database language. Yeah, that could be real cool. That could be real cool. I thought you meant a SQL integration for the game that I'm making, and I was like, wait, who the fuck is even talking about this? The only two people I know of are me and you. Yeah, that would be cool if there was a cool little database thing. I mean, you know, you can still make text files and stuff, so you can still kind of make a database. People assume talk about Hermit's game. It's just a matter of time. I hope so, Gravy. I hope so. I think it's super dope. I hope that somebody... So, because you're already involved with it, it's going to be cool to see your implementation of it. Because I'm very certain of the fact that your animations and your art for your characters and stuff, for your bosses and your chat and all that stuff, will be way better than mine. Because, you know, mine's just AI garbage. And me barely being able to figure out how to rig and animate a character. And you are way better at the art stuff than I am. So I'm really excited to see what you implement. But I'm also excited for maybe other people to adopt the idea and see, you know, how much better their logic is than mine, and, you know, just how much more interesting their programming can be than mine. It'll be really cool to see, like, some real legit versions of the game happen, instead of just my hacked together garbage. At least I hope. Not that good. Need to work on it tomorrow morning. Didn't get the time this week. Yeah, I mean, you have a much busier schedule than I do. I'm just a bum. Oh, I completed an Air Daily goal. Isn't that something? I mean, I was there for your art stream the other day, Gravy. I know that you're a good artist. Warp drive active. I know it for a fact. Boom. And away we go. Oh, we're looking over here on the skill points thing. Weapon turret tracking speed. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. La da 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 dum. La da 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 dum dum. La da 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 dum. Whoa. Oh, makes me so happy. Makes me so happy. What a bunch of goofy shit, dude. I should probably adjust the keyframe. So instead of making, so there's only one keyframe, well, 3 keyframes total, but there's only one keyframe in the middle there that it's changing to, and that's the one with the legs up. So if I moved that keyframe with the legs up over a couple of frames toward closer to the start of the animation, so that it did the legs coming up faster, and then duplicate that keyframe a few frames down the timeline so that it stays in that position for a while, and then take it back down to where it's just standing, it'll look like it, you know, kicks its legs really fast and then just kind of glides through the air and then brings its legs back down. So I'll have to adjust for that. Also, maybe I should make the words, so that's obviously a kick, right? So maybe I should make the words that are associated with the chat's attacks words that are associated with, like, hand-to-hand combat instead of other types of combat. But I think it might be important to broaden. Have I thought about other things? What other things? Other streamer bot ideas? No, I don't think that I have the mental bandwidth to consider something else right now until I get a handle on this. Because, I mean, this is absorbing pretty much all of my time outside of streaming right now. Even though it doesn't seem like I'm making very much progress, a lot of this is all very new to me. So I'm watching a lot of YouTube videos and doing a lot of trial and error, and it's quite a bit of effort even to get something so simple as that flying kick to work. So until I get a better workflow and until I understand a little bit more about the programs I'm using and stuff like that, it's unlikely that I'll be trying to implement or even really consider other things that could be implemented. through StreamerBot. So it'll be, I mean, probably even a couple of months that I'm just really working on this and not really worrying about anything else. This just has such a huge potential to be, I mean, just a huge part of the stream, so I really want to get it right, you know? It's 94 freaking degrees outside right now. What about you, Gravy? Have you thought of any other cool StreamerBot ideas? I wonder if it's possible on, so you've been doing art and stuff lately, right? I wonder if it's possible to put some sort of StreamerBot redeem in there so that your viewers could redeem channel points or whatever it is you like to do for your redeems to change either the type of brush that you're using or you know, the color that's attached to the brush or something like that. I don't know if you can hotkey some of that stuff so that it could trigger your hotkeys. I don't know how disruptive it would be to the process to, you know, have your brush suddenly change or have your color suddenly change or something like that. I don't know how frustrating that would be or how counterproductive that would be or anything like that, but that could be interesting. Would work for that draw me thing I do where I draw people. The art stream I work with cubes and textures, so I don't really use brushes or anything. It's all... Oh, okay. Cool. Please don't take part of my resources, dude. Thank you. You're a freaking boss, Violent Desire. That could be a fun little, somebody does the redeem for the draw me, and then everybody else in the chat starts using weird brushes and weird colors. So that as you try and draw the person, you end up with like rainbow hair or some weird shirt color or something like that. That could be crazy fun. Get everybody a little bit involved, You cannot walk there because natural phenomena disrupting the ship. Whoops. I was on a 2-person and I got mad at that person, but they could have totally stayed and gotten points. Now I feel bad. Womp womp. An acolyte is a drone. Node-based workflow. Can't eat and type. Oh, it's a node-based workflow, not a box-based. Yeah. Yeah, that makes more sense. That makes way more sense. Streamer.bot should just be able to activate your hotkeys without needing to go to a button simulation program. You should just be able to do actions. Let's see. Or well, you could do it obviously in C#. But surely Streamer.bot has the ability to just trigger. Yeah, here we go. Under core sub actions, under system, there's just a keyboard press or a run a program or post notification. I don't even know what the fuck that is. But you can just totally do a keyboard press right there on streamer.bot. It has modifiers for Control, Alt, and Shift. And then any key that you could possibly want. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. It would be insane to me if that didn't have the ability to activate keyboard presses. The only thing that you might want to do is... so you'll make the command for it, but then you'll have to be careful because if for some reason you're alt-tabbed out or something like that, then... the keyboard press potentially wouldn't work. So what you might want it to do is maybe you'll need to find a way to check which window has focus, right? Because in Windows 10, your focus window is what all of your actions go to. So you might need to put an if logic statement in, and then make sure that the window for your actual program that you're running is the focus window. And if it is, then it'll trigger, and if not, then it can like put it in a queue. And then run it later. It would be a little more difficult to implement that way, but that would protect you from having potentially weird shit happen on your computer. No, 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 no. No place I'd rather be. No, 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 no. Just making that free money. This is honestly so ridiculous. Why is it even allowed? Shouldn't even be allowed. One of the other things I do want to implement with streamer.bot, and I will, is I want to get rid of the restream dot bots. The way it does the chat, because I can just implement a really, really basic version of that on the streamer.bot, and then I don't have to worry about having restream up. And I want to start getting that implementation done so I can, start looking to not needing restream.io to put out my multi-stream, and eventually just start doing the multi-stream on my own. But they have, let's see, what sort of integrations do they have? They have integrations for Twitch, YouTube, Trovo. I think they're getting Kick. It doesn't look like they have TikTok yet either, though. But I did see, I don't know if you saw the newest beta version, which is going to be the 1.0 launch of StreamerBot, is now in beta. So they're actually releasing the 1.0 soon after it's been in development, I guess, for about 5 years. And with that, they're going to be getting some new logic. So instead of just if-else, we're going to be getting for and while loops as well, which I think is going to be crazy. I'm very excited about that. More logic is great. Let's see, what did I get from this one? 18K. Yo, this is such a good system to be in right now because it's 92% the other team. And bye-bye. I think they were waiting for me. I mean, they probably weren't, but I like to pretend like I'm more important than I actually am. Yeah, after this 1.0 release, I honestly can't believe how good streamer.bot is going to be. I mean, honestly, it's kind of going to change streaming. I mean, it already kind of has, but I don't think it's been as widely adopted as maybe it should be. But, you know, with the fact that multi-streaming is so possible now, that even Twitch is adjusting its user rules, or Twitch did adjust its user rules to make it so that you can multi-stream while streaming on their platform as an affiliate. You know, just the amount of universal chat integration you can have. Something I also need to look into. So for right now, there's pretty limited Discord integration. But you can still use webhooks on Discord. So I'm honestly even thinking that maybe even just having the chat be able to be in a channel on Discord so that you could interact with the chat. I mean, I could just straight up stream this on my Discord if I really wanted to, by just sharing my screen. Or even if I wasn't streaming the stream, I could just jump in an audio channel where I'm the only person who has the ability to talk. And people could just listen through the Discord and then have the chat show up in that same Discord chat. So people could interact through the Discord if they wanted to. Because I know a lot of people like have their chat up, their Discord on a second monitor. So that could totally be viable. It'd be cool if I could read, if I could even put the chat commands in the Discord. I don't think I could, but it'd be cool. But copy all of the... Oh, I wouldn't be able to copy Discord chat into Twitch and YouTube chat, though. So that would be kind of a difficulty. Would require significantly more effort. There's probably a bot that I can use that will like a Discord bot that could copy the chat from Discord into a file, and then I could watch for the file to change, right? To be read to or written from, or to be read from or written to. And then once that file was changed, I could use that as a trigger for an action on streamer.bot to go ahead and write what was ever in that file to the chats. That would probably work. Probably. So many cool things can get done. I'm so excited. Although I'm pretty sure that my viewership is not so excited. At least not about me talking about it. Oh, wow. I can't believe we've already been here for an hour. That's crazy. That's freaking crazy. I'm going to be very excited to have more than one game open at a time, hopefully tomorrow. I definitely need to consider. So I have. I'm going to have to go back to my home port. I have a bunch of stuff up for sale. I need to cancel all those sales because they're not getting sold, it doesn't seem like. They've been up for about a week now, at least. It seems like the Minmatar trade area just isn't nearly as viable and isn't nearly as active as the Jita one. So I might just fill a bunch of buy orders because I'm sure there are lots of people who are buying stuff in order to take it to Jita and sell it. So I'm just going to go ahead and sell to those buy orders and take the loss because it should be 400 or 500 million, which will give us a nice little bump here. And then we've already got 100 plex, and then we've got over 200 million or over 2 million of our LP to sell, 2.3. So that'll be, almost another 2 billion ISK right here. Plus whatever we make today. So we should be able to get our 3 mil, which should give us our 500 plex, which should allow us to plex another account today. So I'll probably do that later tonight. And then tomorrow. Sorry, and then tomorrow we'll be multi-boxing. I do need to try and get this freaking shit sold though. Let's look for LP buyback. I don't remember where I bumped into that other person at, so it might actually be about time to get out of this region. Bye, Dexter. Alright, let's look at other regions here real quick. I think I've pretty much gotten everything I'm gonna get out of this one. Ooh. One jump away, 75%. I can dig that. Hopefully, there aren't too many enemies over here. That's one of the other problems with being Minmatar instead of Angel Cartel around here. Is everybody's a freaking enemy. Although, I imagine there's probably a lot more people in the Angel group that are AWACSing. So that they can, you know, grab spots that other people are on. That's definitely not something I would want to have to deal with. That would upset me a great deal. Would upset me a great deal. Whoops. Alright, let's go over to this person. Let's get their info. Let's add a corporate contact for them. Let's talk to them. This is the thing that I hate the most about doing stuff like this. When it's outside of the global markets and stuff, and I actually have to talk to people. I don't like to talk to people. Especially when I have to go through and, like, do it all manually. It's just no fun. Oh, wrong person. Chipped ham. Dude's name is Chipped Ham. Alright, that's quite a few people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different buyers. The problem is I don't really know who's active. And then I'll also go into militia. And go ahead and put any word yet on what? On people buying the LP? No. Oh, no, nobody's found a word. Nobody's really said anything since you. You're buying Minmatar LP, DM me with your rate. I have 2.3 mil to. Yeah, no, I'm not worried about it, Lounge. Just nobody can guess a word if nobody's talking in chat, you know? I mean, you found a heal one the other day, Gravy. Maybe so something I'm always going to be trying to do is the attack ones for the chat. I'm going to try and always have something to do with fighting of some kind. And it does have something to do with fighting. And the ones that are for the chat heals, I'm always going to try and have something to do with food. So you did trigger, Gravy, the other day. You triggered the chat's heal. And the word that you used to trigger chat's heal was jelly. So maybe that will help. I'll have to try and do a better job of putting in things that will be likely to trigger based on the game that we're playing. It could be that direct, Lounge. It just is not currently that direct. The words that have been used to trigger the boss's attacks are words like hit, and stuff like that. And specifically, the boss is using synonyms. So, for example, synonyms to hit will cause the boss to attack. So you have to be careful not to use. I'm actually surprised slice isn't in there. Slowly making that money. It's kind of starting to shock me how difficult it is to try and sell this freaking LP, dude. Where's all the people buying the LP at? This is ridiculous. I wonder if I could find some way to set it up where if there were a number of chat messages where there were no attacks, then it could give a hint. And I could write, a couple of hints in there. And then it would just pull one out randomly. And throw it up in the chat. I mean, I guess I could just personally give the hints after X number of failed chats. Or I could find a way to theme what I'm saying. Or I could just put something in the title or something like that that's a hint. I don't know. I just don't know. Or maybe we even really simplify it. Maybe all this wordplay stuff has made the game too complicated. Maybe we just give people points for chatting, either on YouTube or Twitch. And then we let them spend those points. Or we use channel points on Twitch and then we make up a point for YouTube. And use, whatever our YouTube points are for redeeming for this stuff. Yeah. No, for an attack. And then just get rid of this whole wordplay theme, gotta put the right words in chat system. Because, it's fairly complicated. And so if people are just looking to kind of buzz out and, listen to the drum of my voice while they do other things, and then periodically, they get some points built up and then they just come in and use some sort of attack or something like that. Instead of having to deal with trying to think about, okay, what's the theme, what's going on. I don't know how interested people are in working that hard. I just don't know. No, the synonyms are specific to this boss. But it'll be words in chat that trigger. So specifically, as soon as you hit one of the triggers for this boss, then synonyms of that word will trigger that same attack again. And so the reason I wanted to do it that way, so if I don't do the chat triggers, then the problem becomes how do you get the boss to attack? And so maybe that's it. Maybe that's what I need to do. Is give you all control over when you attack. And then give you points that allow you to deal attacks based on, I don't know, how many words or something you put in a sentence. So that way, you know, the more words you put, or the more different words you put in a sentence, then the more, well, no, that's too easy to game, because then you just, once you get a good long sentence that doesn't have any negative impact, you can just duplicate that sentence over and over and over again. I don't know. I could find some sort of way to give you all points based on just interacting with chat and saying words. And then we'll set up basically a bunch of landmine words that are unique to the boss. So, you know, this one's synonyms. So as soon as you identify one of the words, you can avoid any synonyms of that word. So the reason I don't want it to be random lounge is if it's random, then it can't scale with the number of people very well who are in the chat. It becomes much more difficult to get the scaling right, so that, you know, the more people who are in the chat, the more often the boss attacks, because the more often chat will be attacking, and the fewer people who are in the chat, the less the boss attacks, because the less chat is attacking. This system, where it is completely reliant on people being in the chat, is it's better for the channel, because chat interaction, right? People actually talking and stuff in the chat is good for the Twitch algorithm. You'll notice sometimes that there are people who have like way less viewers who are much higher up in the rankings. And that's because it's not just based on how many people are watching. There's also some implementation of activity and stuff in the channel that helps that. And so getting people more active in the chat is A, going to help retain people when they happen upon the channel, and B, is going to help me find... that's true. Tie it into chat attack frequency with limited randomization. I could also do it based on like the number of times chat happens. So, you know, every, say, 10th to 20th chat could trigger a boss attack. But I feel like that would be... because it can't necessarily be based on how many times chat attacks. Because if it's based on how many times chat attacks, then chat just always wins. And I want chat to be able to lose. So it could be based on the number of chats that happen. So every, 10th to 20th chat, there's a boss action. I don't know. I really liked the whole word game thing, but I don't. Either I have to find a better way to tell people. I feel like it should attack with penalties for lack of chat action, perhaps scaled by active viewers as a clear incentive for more chat. That's interesting. If there's nothing in the chat, if nobody says anything for a certain amount of time, then it attacks, or it attacks every X amount of time. And chats can delay those attacks. So maybe it has like a 5-minute attack timer, or a 1-minute attack timer, or a 30-second attack timer, or whatever it is. And then every chat delays that by another second. So the more people talk in the chat, the less often the boss attacks. And then scale that timer, like you said, based on the number of people in the channel. So if there's like 20 people in the channel, then maybe it's every minute. And if there's 100 people in the channel, maybe it's every 15 seconds or something. That could be interesting. Herm. Or like you said, I guess I could just use the chat word thing as just this boss's mechanic. And all of these mechanics we're talking about could be different mechanics for different bosses. That'll be the project I work on tonight then, is trying to implement a point system that can be universal across YouTube and Twitch. I'm pretty sure there's already an implementation of that. And then we'll let people use points to trigger attacks. Those points will just happen over time. So just the longer you watch, the more points you'll get, just like regular Twitch points. Because I don't want to tie it to the number of times you chat, because I don't want people who are just lurking to miss out. And also, if I tied it to the more times you chat, then the boss would never get an attack. So there's going to have to be a balance between lurking and chatting. I like that. Okay. So we'll always give points. Okay, I think I know what it is now. So we're always going to give points to the chat based on how long they're watching. And then we're going to have a basic attack that the boss can do based on a timer of not having any chat. So if no chat for X amount of time, and we'll create a formula. So time minus, parentheses, number of people in chat times, whatever. I'll figure out some sort of a formula so that it's an arc. So it starts out by drastically reducing the time by a lot with just a few people in the chat, and then it slowly kind of tapers off how much it reduces the time until it's down to like 10 seconds, and then it won't reduce the time beyond 10 seconds. And then we'll also change, based on a formula, how much time a chat adds. So when there's only 1 or 2 people in chat, it adds a lot of time. But then when there's tons and tons of people in chat, it adds progressively less time. So eventually maybe it's only adding like 0.01 seconds to the timer if there's like, say, 200 people watching the stream. Because, you don't want the constant chat scroll to you want it to always be counting down. You don't want a constant chat scroll to keep the boss from attacking at all. And so that'll be its basic attack. Will trigger on that timer. But then also because you're chatting a bunch in order to stop the boss from attacking, then we also want to put landmine words like we have now, where if you trigger one of these words, then the boss will do one of its alternate attacks. And so that creates a bunch of really interesting things where, maybe the boss's basic attack is a heal, or maybe it's a power-up, or maybe it's something like that. And if it's a power-up, that could be really interesting, because the boss could be just powering up, increasing its base attack damage, and then you accidentally landmine on one of the words, and it just, like, obliterates chat for 200 or 300 hit points of damage, and then that'll reset its base attack power again. And then it uses that basic power up where it powers up. And then, you hit another landmine word in the chat and it triggers another attack. And so I'll give them themes just like I'm doing now. So we'll have synonyms. We'll have, a bunch of different stuff that will trigger boss attacks. And then we'll just give the chat more control through a point system over when their attacks get to be activated. I like that. I like that a lot. I really like that idea about the timer lounge because it will keep the game fresh in people's minds. Because then every so often the boss will attack or do something, and it'll remind chat like, oh, hey, there's a boss. We got to fight this thing. I think that's a really great idea. Definitely a good plan. It'll be nice to have something to work on implementing tonight, too. Hip-hop? Hip-hop Anonymous? Or maybe one of the bosses. Yeah, so okay. This is actually real great. This will give me an opportunity to trigger like armor effects. All kinds of stuff. So one of the bosses, its basic attack might be a heal. So every time you don't attack it, or every time the chat's inactive, it starts healing itself and getting stronger. One of them will be increasing its base attack damage. I might implement some sort of an armor system. Which, I mean, I guess is kind of just like a health system, but still. What are some interesting... Maybe some sort of a rage mechanic where it builds up rage, and then once it hits its rage threshold for X amount of time, it deals more damage or something like that every time it triggers.
You cannot walk there because natural phenomena are disrupting the ship.
Natural phenomena are disrupting the ship. Warp drive active. Hey, we're almost up to 2.4 milli, baby. Make money, money, make money. Honestly, can I just get rid of this channel? Is that a thing? There we go. Nice. Ooh, one of them could be a damage over time mechanic. So he could like hit chat with poison stacks. And then every time chat acted, based on the number of poison stacks they could take damage. So you'd have to be like more active in the chat. There's all kinds of cool shit. We're gonna have to come up with some real fun mechanics for this. Okay. So much to think about. So the goal here is to sort of punish people no matter what, right? So if you don't chat, you get attacked. And if you do chat, you have the chance to trigger the boss's attack by, triggering one of the words. So the goal is just to create as much interaction with the game as possible based on those things. So one of the things I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to drastically increase the number of trigger words, because we haven't hit on trigger words nearly as much as we should have at this point. So drastically increasing the number of trigger words to maybe where there are even a couple of themes. Right now the basic Thesaurusaurus attack is based on one set of synonyms. But if instead I narrowed the definition of synonym to where it was only very specifically, the 5 to 10 synonyms that most words have that are very specifically the same, and then just used a lot of different words and their synonyms, I think we would end up hitting on the triggers much more often. And so instead of, right now there's only 50 words that will trigger the boss's base attack. If instead there was maybe 200 or even 300 words that could potentially trigger the boss's base attack that were synonyms of, say 30 different words. So there was a lot more like confusion for chat. So as they were trying to craft whatever message they were trying to put in the chat, then there would be these 30 different words they were trying to remember not to include synonyms of, which could be hilarious. And then, in the future, different bosses will have different themes and stuff like that. It won't always be synonyms. But for this boss, we can do it with the synonyms. I think that's super dope. We could have basic boss effects that reduce chat's ability to attack. So, if you don't chat for a certain amount of time or whatever, the boss gets an attack, then it actually reduces the attack power of chat, so that its next attack is less powerful. I'll have to do some research on turn-based combat mechanics. Alright, while we capture this Minmatar thing, I'm gonna go ahead and use the restroom real quick. Warping Wombat! Whoa! Holy shiznit, what's up, y'all? Welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. Thank you so much for the raid, Warping Wombat. So I don't have a shout out command like I'm supposed to. I know, I'm a piece of shit. But for those of you who were in my stream before the raid, make sure you go check out Warping Wombat's channel. Thank you so much, Wombat. Welcome, Leo. Welcome, Dark Arcanum. Welcome, Sage. How are y'all? How was your stream, Wombat? Love all your little Wombat dudes. Those emojis are super cute. Hey, Seafred, thanks for the bit. I appreciate it. It is a party. Made a lot of progress towards my project. Oh yeah, what are you working on right now? Seafred, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Oh no. Oh no, Warping Wombat. You've healed the boss. Building myself an endurance. I'm leaving the Iron Man life and only using stuff that I have built myself. Or found in space. Boss heal. Yay. So, I don't actually know what an endurance is. 1 second. Let me go find out. What am I doing today? I'm doing the same thing I do every day. Trying to take over the world. I am currently actually just doing some faction warfare stuff. Just trying to build up some LP so I can... Oh, okay. Got it. The venture upgrade. But I'm just trying to build up some LP so I can start plexing some accounts. And then I'm going to start building up LP on those multiple accounts. And I just want to get to a point where I have 4 accounts that are built up to be able to PvP with frigates. And then try and do some faction warfare frigate stuff with a couple of accounts at a time. I think will be fun. Hey, Sozu, what's up? Yeah, we just got a huge raid from the Warping Wombat here. So that's why there's so many people. I promise it's not because I'm actually interesting, Sozu. It's because Warping Wombat is a badass. I will need that endurance for building a curse in the future, which is a T2 cruiser. Okay. Cool, cool. Let's go look at the curse. Hey, there we go. Ooh. Ooh, ain't she pretty? What kind of ship is this? Ooh, missile ship. All right. All right, I see you. I see you. Plenty of medium power slots. I like that. Mediums are pretty big. Not a whole lot of rig slots, but lots of low power and medium slots, so. I like that. Oh, and a lot of drones. Do you get any bonuses to drones? Oh, okay. I see. Bonuses to the Nosferatus. That's cool. That's really cool. Oh my god. Not again. It's a ship designed for neutralizing energy of enemy ships. Wombat, you've single-handedly benefited this enemy boss more than any other person in the chat. So for those of you who maybe don't know, I am writing a proprietary game for my chat using streamer.bot and C#. And so the way the game works, if you look down in the cards on my channel, you'll get a little bit of a rundown on how exactly the game works. But what basically happens is it's chat, which is down here on the right side, versus this boss that's down here on the left side. And this boss is named the Thesaurusaurus. I am not a C# dev. I'm not an anything dev. I'm a trash can when it comes to programming and coding. But thanks to recent developments in generative AI and my very limited knowledge that allows me to identify some problems with some really basic code, I've managed to get this functioning properly. It's a very simplistic, it's only like 20 lines of code. Like, it's not. But using just the logic system of streamer.bot and the trigger system of streamer.bot, and then, you know, combining that with OBS and a little bit of C# code, we've managed to get this system running where the Thesaurusaurus is our first boss. And the Thesaurusaurus gets angry when you use synonyms. And so you've been using words like energy and endurance, which are synonyms for the boss's heal ability. So every time one of those words pops up in chat, my streamer.bot compares every chat message to the list of words that can possibly trigger any of the actions. And so because the boss is based on synonyms, everything basically that's synonymous with the word energy is going to trigger it to heal. And then it also has synonym triggers for its attacks. And then chat has themes. So stamina is absolutely a good word. Help the boss. We're going the wrong way. The boss is getting so many hit points. Yeah, so what it does, though, is it actually removes that word from the list every time it's used. So, for example, if you said stamina again, it wouldn't work again because it gets removed once it's used. So there's a theme for the chat attacks, which is, it's not synonyms, it's just things that follow a theme. And then the Thesaurusaurus specifically uses synonyms as its theme for its attack and its heals. So there's a regular attack, a strong attack, and a heal for both the boss and chat. And that chat image is supposed to be a bunch of nerds that make, like, nerds candies that make a person, because I call everybody nerd. I have to catch some sleep now. Wish you a lot of fun on your stream. Thanks for the explanation. Yeah, absolutely. And thanks so much for the raid, Wombat. I'm glad to see that your Iron Man is going well and that you're progressing on that. That's really cool. I am not brave enough to do an Iron Man. I need the support of the market, or I will fail. Ooh, 60. Dang. Good night. Hey, we took that over.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I imagine, if I was a better player, it would probably be a good time. But I have a tendency to lose more ships than I make currency or resources. So there would come a point where I was just all the way back in a Corvette with a miner on it, trying desperately to get back to a ship. It'd be a bad day. It'd be a bad, bad day. Let's see, where are we at? 2.4 million LP. Booyah. We're getting real close to being able to plex our second account, which is super exciting. Gotta come out here to the edge where I can run away if I need to. Although there's nobody else even in my local right now, so I'm probably fine, but, you know. The beginning with the Corvette is rough, but frigates are so cheap to build, you basically don't run out of minerals once you get there. Okay, cool. I have very little experience with the industry in this game. I've got a couple of blueprints that I was working on, but I haven't been back to my station in about a week because I've been out here doing all this faction warfare stuff. And because I don't need to go back to the station to sell the LP, I haven't docked this ship in days. I only ever go back to the dock when I die, and then I just make a new ship and fly right back out here, so. I haven't really been able to do my industry stuff. But yeah, no, I'm super uninformed about industry in this game. One of these days, I will know everything there is to know about EVE Online, but it is not this day. How long have y'all been playing EVE Online? How many years? Because I'm on day 19 right now, so. Hey, Sage, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Started in 09. Damn. Wish I had an account from way back then. I wish that I had started, even if it was something that I left and went back to and left and went back to. EVE to me feels like it's probably a really good game for that. You know, you come in, you buy your month of premium or whatever, you play, you know, you go ham a little bit, you get some skills queued up, you have a good time. And then, you know, if you're still having fun at the end of the month, maybe you re-up, maybe you plex it. And if you're not still having fun at the end of the month, then, you know, whatever. Leave the account, come back. I'm also pretty surprised at how strong... Oh no. I began because of Bill's Iron Man Challenge videos on YouTube 1.5 years ago. Immediately went from the Iron Man Challenge and had a blast. But I stopped playing once I finished and am just now thinking about coming back, starting another Iron Man run. The boss's attack chat doing 10 points of damage. Chat only has 900 HP left. I love how this is working out because it almost feels like the purpose of the raid was to come in and support the boss against chat. Because y'all just keep healing and attacking from the boss's perspective. This is fabulous. Just the best day. Summon a meteor. Kill that dinosaur, that's right. Make him go extinct. He's probably too smart for that. I mean, it's a Thesaurusaurus. It's literally reading right now. It would probably, you know, make a nuclear weapon and go blow up the asteroid or the meteor or whatever. Protect itself. This isn't just a plain old dinosaur. I actually don't even know. Oh, no, I do know. I do know. Which word triggered that attack? That's freaking hilarious. His big weakness surely is rhetoric fallacies. Quick, straw man the boss. Should add some options for using channel points to unlock an attack or heal for chat or boss. Yeah, Skyblade, we were just talking about that. So I multi-stream. I stream on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. And while my YouTube channel isn't really bringing in a lot of people right now, there was a time when I had first started that most of my viewers came from YouTube. So one of the things that I really want to make sure I do is not rely too much on like Twitch's channel points, because I don't want to alienate that other chat group, right? Both the chats are integrated, and I want everybody to, regardless of what platform they're viewing on, to feel like they're a part of the group. So I do use a program called streamer.bot, and there is a way to sort of create my own universal chat points or channel points, and I will probably be doing that and then using those points to trigger the attacks. What we ended up talking about today and what I think I've decided on is I'm going to put the boss attacks on a timer, and then every time there's a chat message, the boss attacks timer will get longer so that it waits longer between its attacks to motivate people to be in the chat and talking and just having conversations so that the boss doesn't get its basic attack. And then I'll still do like I'm doing right now, where there are landmine words, trigger words that can trigger more boss actions. And then that way, so while you're even chatting, you kind of have to be careful of what you say, or you might get the boss to attack again. And then I'm going to move all of the chat commands, all of their attacks and all of that stuff, to this universal channel point system that I'm going to make, or actually I'm going to steal, because streamer.bot already has stuff going on. And then we'll just use those universal chat points so that people can go ahead and trigger the attacks independently. Because right now the chat attacks are also triggered to a theme of words that has something to do with fighting, and then its health attacks, chat's health attacks have something to do with food. It's got a food theme that's involved in there. So instead of having to have people sort of guess to get chat to attack, I want to make that a little more deterministic. And then I want to increase the frequency and variability of the attacks of the boss, just to kind of keep people invested in the game, because things will be happening more often. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right about that, Leo. It definitely needs to be a deterministic thing for chat. I think that's absolutely true. It's been a lot of fun to develop and work on and try and get I mean, we've only been working on it. Today's the 4th day that I've had it active. So we came up with the idea for the game about 5 days ago. Thesaurusaurus was actually not my idea. Wheatspin, who's a pretty consistent viewer of just Eve streaming content in general. But Wheatspin happened to be in the chat when we were talking about it, and it was their idea to have the boss named Thesaurusaurus. My little brother, when I told him about the idea, gave me another name. Said I should have a boss named Faux Pas and have it be a little dog. So we're gonna have a boss named Faux Pas. You say food themed. Well, I like tomatoes and cucumbers on my ham and turkey sandwiches. Trains, nice. We could have a train boss. What's a good train boss? Yes, none of those were words. Unfortunately, not. So, there are a lot of words that work. Between the boss and chat, I have 210 trigger words, and about 7 of them have been used. Thomas the Tank Engine would make a good boss. Well, I don't just want to straight up rip off somebody else's IP. But we could come up with an interesting... You know, there's train, engine. You know, there's definitely something in there. And I would want the name to sort of relate to the theme of the boss's attacks and the words that are used to trigger that attack. So... Let's see, trains have cabooses, trains have cars. Trains follow tracks. Trains carry freight. Trains carry passengers. You can have a train of thought. I like the idea of using idioms. I think that's called an idiom. Maybe hit on something. Train of thought. What could the theme be for the train of thought?
Warp drive active.
FFBGY. That person's got a super interesting name. Just fantastic work, dude. FFBGY. Light at the end of the tunnel? That's interesting.
Warp drive active.
Light at the end of the tunnel. Warp drive active. I got ADHD. My trains of thought are stuck in gridlock. Oh, that's funny. Just in case our friend FFBGY decides to come over here. We'll move out towards the edge a little bit. So that I have a moment or two to react. Light at the end of the tunnel. Train of thought. Light at the end of the tunnel. Interesting to see a new player do things I have less than a single clue about. Well, I decided that I was going to do Zero Gravy. Time for me to sleep. I'll try out your SB file tomorrow. Yeah, Gravy. Absolutely. Have a good night. Have some good sleep. Thanks as always for stopping by and keeping me entertained. I really appreciate it. For those of y'all who don't know, Zero Gravy also streams. Right now, he's doing a bunch of art streams. Very talented. So if you ever feel like watching a little art earlier on in the day, Zero Gravy is a great option. Oh. A friend found me. Bye, Dexter. Tracks, ties, warning signs, crossing arms, bridges, elevated tracks, etc. Ooh, I like the idea of signs. Right, because you got a lot of different kinds of signs. Stop, yield, crossing, all kinds of stuff like that. They do have to be single words, because I'm not a very good programmer. My programmer only my program only compares single words to single words on a list. So if it's more than a 2-word thing, then it doesn't work right. I'm sure it's possible to fix that, but not for me right now. So it definitely needs to be something that I can have lots of single words for. But there are definitely some good things in there. Tracks, ties. I mean, I guess you could just make it anything associated with trains, right? All those words that I was saying before, right? Caboose, passenger, freight. All of those words technically tie in to train. I think this person is just chasing me around. And I have the distinct feeling that they're in the chat. Can't you just put 2 words in one string? Don't know anything about C#. I do mostly Python. Well, so the issue is that you have to break up the chat message into all of its individual words so that you can compare them to the word list. And it may have something to do with how exactly I'm comparing the words. And so if I wanted to do, you know, not just 1 word, but also 2-word and 3-word options, then I'd have to break it into every possible 1-word, 2-word, and 3-word combination so that it could then compare all of those. And I don't think that would necessarily be an unreasonable thing to do. But I don't know if the increase to the amount of things that I could use would maybe be of enough value. Okay, dude. Now you're pissing me the fuck off. Hey, thanks for the follow, Arcanum. Appreciate that. I have a sub 2-second align time, so it's extremely unlikely this person's gonna get me. But I'm almost positive that they're watching the stream. For Python, you could do something like if 2 words in string with more than 2 words. Okay. I don't know if streamer.bot will run Python scripts. I'd have to look into it. But we're actually not going to keep playing this game with this person. I'm just going to leave. Want to be a useless piece of shit? Then yeah, I know so little about coding and stuff. It's not even funny, Sage. I just used an AI to help me. I am not a coder. I am not a programmer. I'm just some nerd sitting at a computer with an idea, using everything I can to try and make it work. You know, I did these animations myself. I didn't make these characters myself. I got a generative AI again to do that as well. But I did do these animations myself. These are the first animations I've literally ever made in my entire life. But I rigged up the... I used a program, it's called Open Tunes. That's mostly what a coder is. That's funny. Yeah, but I used a program called Open Tunes to rig my 2D models, and then started learning how to make the animations and stuff. We set up some keyframes and made some really basic stuff. So I did take a game dev course on Udemy one time. One of the things, this was like a decade ago, but one of the things I did sort of keep from that course was don't get stuck working on just one thing. Try and figure out what you think the least fun thing about your game is, and then work on that thing until it's no longer the least fun part of your game. So I've just been kind of bouncing around. Like I got the logic to work, and then I got the increased size of the possible trigger words to work, to read from the file and then delete the message, and then... Jeez, oh, what's going on out here? And then to delete the specific word. And then, you know, I got some basic animations working, and now I'm going to go back to doing a little more logic stuff, and I'm going to work on some better animations, and, you know, we'll just keep iterating on it. I want to have items, right? I want every boss that the chat wins against or defeats to drop an item that has a permanent effect on their stats. So, you know, just basically increasing the base damage or base health or whatever of chat based on the items that they get from each boss they defeat. And then if chat is ever defeated, then it'll lose all those items and go back to the beginning and basically have to start all over, killing random bosses. And so it'll just be this nice little persistent long-term game that is sort of agnostic from whatever, or divorced from whatever game we're actually playing at the time, because I don't necessarily always stick around and play the same game. So we'll see what happens. All that while learning Eve. Well, I have an unfair advantage when it comes to learning Eve, because I have all of you all for that. Specifically, you know, folks like Sozu have been extremely, extremely valuable in teaching me how to play the game. So I don't actually have to learn very much on my own. People just kind of explain it to me, and then we're good to go. Streamers or cheaters?
Warp drive active.
I mean, that's fair. I am doing the most basic ass activity I can possibly do right now. So... I mean, I'm not even mining at this point. Capturing complexes is about as easy as it gets. I'm a little annoyed that I had to leave. That zone that I was in was going to be really valuable. I'm fairly annoyed that that person started chasing me around, trying to find me. So I'm going to go back to my starport, and I'm going to... I've got a bunch of sell orders that I'm going to cancel, and then I'm just going to sell all this stuff in them, because I should be pretty close to the 3 billion ISK that I need to go ahead and plex my second account today. And I want to get another account going for tomorrow, so that we can start doing this on 2 accounts. So we can make twice as much ISK every day. I mean, I'm making about 500 million a day. So I'd be up to about 1 billion a day, which would mean in 3 days I could have even another account, which would be so dope. What's Plex looking like right now? I know it's been kind of falling. Oh, wow. It's really coming down. Goodness. Yeah, we definitely need to sell this LP today. And pick up some Plex while we can. Save myself a couple $100K per. That'll be dope. Has anybody messaged me? Nope.
Warp drive active.
Gotta call it a day. Hope to see you again. Was fun. Yeah, absolutely, Sage. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you all for jumping in the chat and giving me some more people to explain my little game and stuff too, and talking to me about that. I really, really appreciate that. It's a project I'm really having a lot of fun doing, so I really like talking about it. And I know it's not very Eve related, but always fun to get to share that with new folks. So thanks for stopping by. Hope you have a great night. This person's name is Stabby McStab. Or Stabby McStabby Stab. That's their ship name. I love it. Sounds like Bodie McBoatface. Can't have anything nice on the internet. Can't have anything nice on the internet.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Alright, we docked. So let's go into our market here. Let's go into market orders. How do I cancel order? All right, can I do that for the whole group? I just come in here and click everything, or do I have to cancel each order individually? I'm going to have to cancel each order individually, aren't I? Why do you hate me, game? Okay, I think that's everything. This all sorted here. And let's see. We can drag into all of that, and that, and that. Add all my gases. Pretty sure that's everything I want to sell just right off the top of my head here. Probably some more good stuff to sell in there, but we'll leave it be for now. We'll sell the items. And then we'll just go through and we'll look. Whoops. We want to go to immediate. Okay, something broke. Go back over here. Sell items. Enjoyed the post-trade show. Time to fill my brain with new ideas. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for stopping by, Arcanum. I really appreciate that. Thanks for chit-chatting with me. Yeah, it looks like there are no buy orders specifically for these things. So we're going to go ahead and cancel those out. That's our quantity. This is our ask price. So we're just going to scroll through here. We're going to look for really low asking prices like this. We're definitely not selling our kernite for 0.06. We're definitely not selling our kernite for 0.85. We're definitely not selling our jaspit for 12. Commander Salad, we may have had the most expensive battleship kill in the history of EVE the other day. Oh, damn. Good deal. I mean, bad deal for the person who owned it, but good deal for y'all. Yeah, then we're just gonna say fuck it and sell all this shit. Because who cares? Not me. Didn't partake in the fight, just saw it on Zkill. Oh, okay. Cool, cool. Yeah, no kidding, right? Would love to get to take home a piece of that prize. I am having some difficulties selling my IP right now. And I don't know why. Okay. Now somebody buy my flippin' stuff. While I wait for some hopeful replies here, and since we're back in the station here, I'm going to go ahead and use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back, and then we'll undock again, and we'll go find somewhere else to do our LP farm away from Mr. Buckle nuts. Alrighty, we back. I feel like there was something else I wanted to do while I was here. This is it. Gonna go in here and figure some of our industry stuff. All right. Fan-fucking-tastic. Got that stuff going. Let's go ahead and undock out of here. Let's find ourselves some new faction warfare to do. Away from old Chuckle Nuts. That's where I was at before. Ooh, that's a good one. That's too bad. I think Egmar is where Chuckle Nuts is at. Or where Chuckle Nuts was at. Okay, well, let's go to this one. Seems like it's got some good little stuff here. I've always liked Leslinger.
Warp drive active.
Hello, chocolate nuts. What are you?
Warp drive active.
Tell you what, man. This game, so pretty. I love all these nebulas and stuff that you get to see out here. Like that blows me away. Could look at that stuff for hours.
Warp drive active.
Got this nice little soft background music and put my ass right to sleep.
Warp drive active.
Let's see if I've gotten a message from somebody. Nope.
Warp drive active.
Who's seen more butts? Nobody's seen more butts than you, Uncle Tony. All right.
Warp drive.
Let's gain some more faction points. Some more loyalty points, whatever the hell they're called. Whatever the hell they're called. I forgot that there was another step, and I was just sitting here like blankly staring like a clown. Whoa! I don't care how janky they are. I love those animations. Y'all have no idea how proud I am of those two pathetic ass animations. The greatest achievement of my life, right there. Nope. The animations for the characters for the chat fight game. Chat's little attack animation. And then the boss also has an animation. It whips its tail at you. They're fantastic. I love them. Also, what's up, Ragnarok? How are you today? Welcome to the chat. Considering your name, have you seen that Ragnarok 3 is coming out? Ragnarok Online 3 is coming out? They're doing like a whole ass remake? Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, I gotta look it up. I don't know. I never played Ragnarok Online, so I don't know how it's going to compare to the original game. I don't know if they're doing a bunch of bullshit monetization to try and squeeze a bunch of money out of the nostalgia. I assume that's what's going to happen. Yeah, the original Ragnarok Online, I think so. I've only seen the trailer for it, and picked up little tidbits out of like YouTube video titles and some stuff like that. So I can only point you in the direction of the fact that it's being made, and that if it's something you're interested in, you should probably do a little more research on it. I don't have enough information to give you any sort of concrete. Yeah, I mean, it looks really good. It's got that top-down isometric look to it still. It's still pretty pixel arty looking. It doesn't look like they went overboard with like trying to modernize the way it looks. I'm hoping that maybe they modernize some mechanics and stuff like that. But from a look perspective, it looked interesting. I'm always on the lookout for a new MMO, so we shall see. We'll keep our eyes open on it, and if it's not going to be some over monetized cash grab piece of garbage, then maybe we'll play some. And if it's just some over monetized cash grab piece of garbage, then we won't. I mean, it's the gaming industry, of course they will. Game companies are starving for money? False. Game companies make more in revenue than like every other entertainment sector combined. I understand it takes a lot to make a video game, but I mean, Disney has been hand animating 2-hour movies and then selling them for a couple of dollars for decades and turning a profit. So granted, I'm not saying that Disney is like a good and or ethical company. But considering how greedy Disney is and the price per hour invested in making something that they spend versus their profits, the games company must be raking in so much profit. It's not even funny. I mean, literally just drowning in profits. It's a little bit gross. While simultaneously producing some of the worst games that have ever been produced. Disney does have its own city. You're right. And they made all of that money off of hand-drawn movies. They still managed to create that. So, I mean, like, I don't even, at this point, actually, I've never really considered it that way. Like, how much money did Disney make on such a less ridiculous monetization model? And now we look at how ridiculous the monetization models are of modern games. And I can't even imagine how much they must be making. It makes me hate my life. They don't have to pay taxes in for their city as well, but IRS tried to get them. Yeah, I mean, Disney can absolutely kiss my ass. But so can pretty much every publisher and every game dev studio ever also. I mean, they might. We'd probably let them too. Change the US motto to "In Mouse We Trust." Get more of those loyalty points. So I can make money, make money. Although I'm still having a really hard time trying to sell my freaking LP here. What's going on with all these nerds? How come nobody wants to buy my LP?
Web drive active. Web drive active.
I need my money. Yeah, I would totally do that if I was anywhere near Jita. Or had the skills to um, make those things. Totally. Totally would do that. Bye, Dexter. But since I don't have those skills, because my account's only 19 days old, I'm just going to be selling that shiznit. That's a long ass time right there. Didn't have any gray hair back then. Now I have gray hair. Yo, I know that feel. Yeah, 2006, I graduated high school. Well, I would have graduated high school. I dropped out of high school, but I would have graduated high school in 2005. So that was back when I was young and dumb and partying and having a good time. Working as a waiter at an Applebee's, bringing home that cash money every day, throwing parties at the apartment complex pool, drinking beers, playing beach volleyball in the little volleyball pit we had. Good times. Times. Living in a wormhole since 2014. Gracious. A long time to have been in one wormhole. You living there all by yourself, or do you have like a corporation or something, or are you just soloing it? Damn. I have an army of alts. I do have Russian allies and many other Eve allies from several corps and alliances. Got it. I mean, that's probably the most important part of trying to be a solo. Yeah, you don't really have a choice. You kind of got to make friends. I mean, you could play as a solo without making friends, but boy howdy is your life going to be pain. We're about to have to move to a new region here. I do not make friends. I am not a friendly dude. Yeah, I mean, obviously. If you're going to have allies, you have to be able to support just as much as they support. Or be willing to support just as much as they support. Even if they get attacked less often because they have more people. And look like a harder target. That's part of why I don't worry about allying with people is... I'm not... Not really interested in fighting your wars. Which means I understand why people wouldn't want to fight in mine. Yes, it is. Especially if you want to live in a nullsec space or in wormhole or something like that, where you can have, your structures and stuff to be able to do your industry and, really build up towards the end game of Eve. You're just not really going to have a choice but to be fighting motherfuckers. 'Cause everybody wants to take all that stuff you built up for themselves. All right. Got our loyalty points. It is time to go to a new region of space to go see about getting some more locations to hit.
Warp drive active.
But when John Henry was just a little baby.
Warp drive active.
Kinder McButt.
Warp drive active.
Some people get the craziest names in video games. Oh yeah, that's cool. I have been enjoying streaming probably more than any other thing I've ever done in my entire life. I really, really like having people to just talk at. It has made video games in general just a lot more fun for me. The Eve community has actually been really fun to stream for, because they're considerably more active than a lot of the other communities I've spoken to, and they're quite a bit more. I don't know exactly what the word I'm trying to say for it is, but like I've gotten a lot of viewership out of Eve very, very quickly that I didn't get out of a lot of other games that I played. There's just more people sticking around more often, watching a wider variety of people who stream. And so they just kind of bounce around and you see them everywhere. When I go into other people's streams and stuff, I see people that have stopped by my streams, and so it feels a lot more like a community than a lot of the other games that I've streamed. And maybe that's because there just aren't as many streamers. And so it was easier to get to a point where you were kind of a part of the community. You know, I've been streaming a lot of games. Like I streamed Dune, and there were like 1,100 people streaming that game. And so there was just no way that anybody was going to be watching me, because I'm still a pretty small streamer. So maybe moving to Eve, because it was such a small community already, has had a pretty significant impact on that, and it feels really good. It feels really good to interact with other streamers in the same game. It feels really good to, you know, see my own, or see people who've come to view my channel also when I'm viewing other people's channels. It's just been really cool. Really a different experience than what I had in the past with streaming. I definitely think I'm going to try and play more games like Eve. I intend to stay with Eve for quite a while. But if I ever decide to leave Eve... Yeah, for sure, for sure. I do like getting some help, especially on a game as complicated as Eve. You know, in more simple games, it doesn't really matter. Or in newer games, it doesn't really matter, because like I learn just as fast, if not faster, as everybody else, because I play more. And so usually I don't end up needing too much help. But Eve, I have definitely needed assistance with. It's been nice to have people to hey, you could probably do this instead of that, or hey, press this button real quick and it'll open up something that you really, really need to know. Like my D-scan that I never use, because I'm a scrub. Loyalty points. Loyalty points. $21,000. Oh, there's so many people. I really hope all these nerds are passing through. Even when I'm in my wormhole, I use D-scan, though I have every corner of my wormhole patrolled and watched. I mean, my ship right now is a sub 2-second align time. So, I mean, as far away as I can get this beacon, with my 2-second align time, as soon as I see them warping in, I can pretty much always escape. So I don't think my D-scan is necessarily that important. The fact that they always come in on top of this beacon is a pretty huge boon to security. Put a little dirt under my pillow for the dirt man, in case he comes to town. Technically, I could float in space AFK most of the day. No one will bother me. I mean, that's just kind of the case in this game in general. I've gotten caught out a couple of times because, I'll have spent 7 or 8 or 9 hours doing some activity in some region of space and not seeing anybody. And then I'll think, oh, well, I'm just going to use the restroom real quick, or let me alt tab out and go look for a YouTube video to listen to, or something like that. And then some nerd will find me and I'll be dead. It's ridiculous how quickly things go from having a totally peaceful day to what the fuck is happening to me. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't take very long at all. Somebody directional scans you down, throws a couple of combat probes on you, warps over to you, shoots you in the face. And then you're just dead. Thankfully, I'm just out here in a 2 million-isk ship. Making, 7 or 8 million at a time every time I flip one of these, or more. So I can lose a lot of ships before this becomes unprofitable. I do PI myself for passive income. Yeah, I started a little bit of PI on this character. I haven't really been keeping up with it because I've just been out here doing this thing. But I don't know how profitable it would be. Just because my skills aren't very high. And I don't have a ship that's in a really good position right now. So the thing that I'm primarily focused on is trying to get my wolf up to tier 5. That's not this is the screen I want, yeah. So I want to get this wolf up to tier 5 so that I can have a really good ship that I can put a really good fit on and go do some stuff with. Legit go do some PvP, come out here and instead of running away from people, actually fight people and all that stuff. But that's like a year away. And so what I'm really trying to do with getting these complexes and stuff is I want to plex 4 accounts, and then I want to do faction warfare, run away, get LP, sell LP stuff. And I'm going to use all that money to buy year-long subscriptions for my accounts. And then, let them run those skill points while I continue to do this. And then buy a bunch of skill injectors and just skill injector the shit out of my main account. Until it has wolf all the way up in mastery. And I can put together a perfect wolf fit. And then I'll still run my other 3 accounts doing regular stuff, but then I'll take my wolf out and actually go fight people and stuff. But I mean, it's going to take months at least to get to that point. What's on here right now is all the skill points I need to get to Mastery 5. And then I think I've got a little extra stuff at the end. But it's going to take almost a year just to get to Mastery 5. Yeah, 452 days. Oh, no, so I don't have anything on the end, really. Yeah, well, I can already fly the wolf, but I'm not going to fly it if I don't have all of the armor skills at tier 5, if I don't have, all of my weapon skills up, if I don't have all my shield skills up, if I don't have all the skills that are valuable to the wolf, that make the wolf good. That's every one of those skill points is 5% on something, right? 5% armor, 5% weapon damage, 5% this, 5% that. So if you're missing, 5 or 6 levels even on those skills, then you could be down 20 or 30% on your overall combat effectiveness. And that's awful. You will lose. There's no way to win that. So I just want to get topped out before I start worrying about it. Because, the wolf fit is like a 50 million-isk fit. even just for kind of the basic version I've been running the few times I've run it. I'm not going to go blow 50 million ISK. Well, shit. Bye, Dexter. Sure, if you've been playing for a while. But on a 19-day-old account, 50 million ISK is a shitload. $50 million ISK is what I make doing this in an hour. So if I'm losing 90% of my fights and I don't, if I'm losing 90% of my fights and I don't run away from fights and I'm getting in even one fight an hour, then I'm losing more than I'm making at that point. I think one of the things I've noticed a lot since I've started playing this game and watching a little bit of content and stuff for this game is most of the people who still play this game today have been playing for a really long time. And they have a lot of the really basic skills, like the Magic 14s. They have a lot of those skills pretty much maxed out. And I don't think that a lot of people recognize how powerful having your secondary and tertiary skills can be for making sure that you're able to get lots of currency and be safer and stuff like that. Make 50 million ISK harvesting, or in 10 minutes harvesting gas site with 8 characters, might be more depending on gas value. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I was making 30 mil an hour. I was huffing gas in a venture. And it took me about 15 mil to outfit the venture because of the gas scoops. And so I would go out and I would huff gas and make about 30 mil an hour. And that was great. But that was even more dangerous in an even more dangerous fit than this right here. And I'm making more on this one character. I mean, I make about 7 mil every 10 minutes on this one character. So if I had 8 accounts and I was doing this on 8 accounts, I'd be making about 50 mil every 10 minutes on 8 characters. I mean, it'd be pretty equivalent, but I'd have to have 8 characters, and they'd all probably have to be in different systems because there aren't enough of these. But you could totally do it. Yeah, I mean, again, that's another one of those things that a lot of longtime players have is lots of characters that are specialized in a lot of different things. You know, they're planetary industry characters. They've got their industry characters for crafting. They've got stuff like that that's just super specialized, and over a year or more, they've managed to get those points up. And as a new player, that's just not really an option. I honestly think that as a new player, faction warfare is just as good as it gets. It's the fastest way to get yourself into PvP, right? Because you can come to these Tech 1 scout locations and just play in Tech 1. Honestly, I think they should change these, not just to bar people who are in Tech 2 ships, but to also bar people who have Tech 2 modules on, and make the scout like completely Tech 1. So you have to come out here in a totally Tech 1 ship. And I think that would be way better. One set is military build, second set is Black Op, military and exploration. Third set is a mining fleet. Yeah, absolutely. I definitely want, well, I don't really want any more, but I was intending to get a total of 8 accounts with 4 combat accounts and 4 mining accounts. But I don't think I'm going to do mining anymore. I'll probably still do industry, but it'll be by buying resources and crafting things and moving stuff around and stuff like that if I ever decide to do it. So I'll probably just be sticking with 4 accounts for now and make them all frigate combat accounts over the course of the next year. And then we'll move into destroyers and cruisers and battle cruisers and all that stuff. I mean, it all kind of just builds on itself, so. Put a little dirt under my pillow for the dirt man. Case he comes to town. Paid passive training for 6 months without using them. It was max core skills, frigate, cruiser, destroyer skills max. I assume you mean just the base frigate, cruiser, destroyer skills maxed. Because that's not... I assume you mean like Minmatar frigate, Minmatar cruiser, Minmatar destroyers. Okay, got it. Got it, yeah. Sammy40 with the follow. Welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. Thanks for the follow, really appreciate that. How's your time and Eve going? Need them to be able to field all the same ships, group up, yeah. For sure. That's the other thing is I'm curious to know if I'd be quick enough or if I'd be skilled enough to... Oh, that's something I need to look into is implants. But I die too often right now for me to want to spend the currency on them. But, Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But something I'm interested in is whether or not I'll be skilled enough, or if I'll be quick with the fingers enough that I could run like multiple different classes of ships or type of ships. So have like an ECM, and then my main damage dealer, and then something else, and run around with like a fleet, like an actual legitimate fleet of 4 ships. But I might not be able to actually do that. Might be too many buttons for me. I'm kind of stupid. Have all my characters able to use frigates, destroyers, cruisers, battlecruiser, battleship, Frigolente, Amar, and then Kaldari, Minmatar. Damn. Slim Monkey, I didn't realize that was a new person. Your names show up like the same length. Wouldn't say you're stupid, just different skill set. So there are plenty of things you're good at. Yeah, I mean, I don't actually think I'm stupid, Slim Monkey. I just like to make some self-deprecating comments from time to time. I do have a little bit of trouble trying to activate all those skills and stuff, though. I am a little slow with the hands. But I am pretty good at like some logistics and some deck building and some stuff like that. So, but also welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. Always love to see those new faces. I tend to panic when people show up and I start clicking stupid buttons like escape. I'll have, something pulled up and somebody will warp in on grid on me and I'll press escape and then I'll have this menu up and I'll be like, oh shit. And then I die. Looking around, debating on getting back into EVE Online. How long ago did you stop playing? Look up the song How to Stay Aligned. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Wow. So it's been a minute. That's kind of crazy. Back when Get Off My Lawn used to be a thing before they became part of the Goons. Gross. Gross. Real jobs. Anti-goon player, you'll farm goons any day. I'm an anti-corporation player. I think the people who run basically all of the corporations or guilds in basically every MMO I've played are just garbage cans. And they become increasingly greater garbage cans the larger their guilds are. Almost without exception. Look up Shirohoshi. That's my main, but right now working on Adbello to see how the start is now. We'll say that Learning Cliff is not as bad as it used to be. That's definitely true. The air program is pretty nice. Especially those expert systems were really good for getting myself started in the early game. I really enjoyed that. I think it was a great idea to incorporate that stuff. There are still a lot of like best practices and standards and stuff that you don't learn from the game itself, though. I mean, that makes the assumption monkey that somebody else wouldn't have kind of stepped in to fill that gap. The role that the goons play in Eve doesn't exist because the goons fill it. The goons fill it because the role that they play in Eve exists. Right? Because there's got to be somebody who's, you know, taking up huge amounts of space or doing whatever it is they do. I don't know very much about the large corporations and alliances and stuff in this game. But there was always going to be somebody who filled that role. That group of people just happened to be the ones who filled it. Bye, Dexter. Wow, that person got there literally right as I captured that. That's hilarious. Only one back when I was around was NC and AAA, but both fell apart. Such storied histories. The only interaction I've had with the big alliances in this game is that I got killed in a wormhole by a goon swarm person one time. That's pretty much it. Did not care for NC after what happened with Pandemic Legion. And where we were just left to die while they all pulled out and then told everyone else, oh, hey, we're moving. Rising Sun, I think, was my alliance I operated from. It's been a minute. If Goons in Galente space and Nullsec. Still have things in Fountain I need to sell off as there's no way it's being flown out. Even more so with B still in alpha. Used to be a very young player back then, used battle cruisers and battleships mainly. Oh, cool. So what are we doing here? Just keeping watch? Yeah, I'm just making currency. My account is only 19 days old, Slim. I am a brand new player. I literally just started playing the game. So I am trying to pull in some LP so that I can sell it for some ISK so that I can plex some additional accounts. So that I can basically just do this with lots of accounts. And then I'm going to start buying a bunch of skill injectors to inject my main account to where it'll be mastery level 5 with the Minmatar Wolf Frigate so that I can do some PvP stuff with it. But yeah, I'm just in the process right now of trying to make as much currency as I can, and this is... How am I pulling in LP? Every time I take over one of these complexes, I get LP because I'm in the faction war. So I'm just flying around to different complexes and capping them and getting LP. But in the past 6 days, I've made 2.4, just short of 2.5 million LP. And that's going to sell for just shy of 2 billion ISK. And I'm doing Minmatar faction, which is like the least valuable faction that you can do. Yeah, it's one of these faction warfare anomalies. They call them plexes because they're complexes. But yeah, it happens in the anomaly thing. But I make about 7 million ISK per one of these that I capture. And I capture, well, I make 7 million ISK when I capture a small one or a scout. And then you get more and more based on the better you capture. So if I capture a medium, I get like 20,000 points, which is like 15,000 or 15 million ISK in 15 minutes. So I make pretty close to about a million ISK a minute doing this. The risk is getting jumped by an opponent player, yeah. But I'm in a fitting right now, so my ship doesn't even have weapons on it. But if I turn off my warp, I have a sub 2-second align time. So I don't really get caught unless I'm not paying attention. Because I can just get away, because they always come in on these beacons. And that's 32 kilometers away. So as soon as I see somebody warping in, as long as they can't get to me and tackle me in 2 seconds. I mean, what's the range on a smart bomb, though? Because you can't jump to me. You have to jump to this. So 5 kilometers. So unless you can close the distance in 2 seconds, which means you got to move almost 30,000 meters or 30 kilometers to get to me. So you have to close that distance in 2 seconds or I warp. And I don't know of any ship that goes 15 kilometers a second. There are obviously ships that can hit me from there. And, I mean, I'm pretty weak, right? I didn't bring any armor or anything like that. So it's totally possible to die. But the fit is also only 2.5 million ISK. And I make 7 to 15 million every time I claim one of these. So even if I died once every time I claimed one, I would still be making a pretty huge profit. But also, I can be even more careful than I am being. So I normally go to all the sites, but there are 4 different tiers of sites. You have Scout, Small, Medium, and Large. And that determines what size vehicle can come here too. So, my in-game name is the same as my chat name, Slim. It's Survival Hermit. Or my Twitch name. So I can go to scouts, and these scout ones can only have frigates in them. So then I only have to be able to run away from frigates. And then smalls can only have destroyers, mediums can only have cruisers, and then larges can only have battleships. So I could even be more careful if I wanted to. But yeah, here's my character sheet. Survival Hermit. I ain't even trying to hide. I don't give a shit about stream snipers. Fuck them. think it was 20K a second. Wow. That's pretty good. I guess the question then is, with all that speed boost you had to put in, what kind of fighting capability does that ship have? Because I assume it doesn't have really any fighting capability. Yeah. Yeah, no ability to tackle, no ability to stop somebody from warping out or anything like that. I mean, there's just always trade offs. The faster you go, the less effective you are. The more effective you are, the less versatile you are. The more versatile you are, the less effective you are. And, a lot of those really specialized fits, right, like that require a lot of skill points. Because if you don't have enough skill points in, power management and CPU management, stuff like that, then you don't even have the ability to run the fit. Much less add anything extra to it. Which means that it's prohibitive for a lot of people because it requires, so many skill points and so much specialization that your likelihood of running into somebody who's actually running that fit is pretty similar or pretty slim. But I tell you what, it's been about 4 hours since I started streaming, and I'm getting a little hungry. So I'm gonna go grab myself a little something to eat real quick. Yeah. But I'm gonna go make myself a little something to eat real quick while we cap this. So I'll be right back in just a couple of minutes. All right, we back. Well, don't worry too much about it. I don't think it's worth it to make 50 jumps just to be able to send me one fitting. This one, my old court mates worked for months to get a rifter. Hmm. I mean, if they didn't remove any other slots, and all they did was add a low slot, then it's likely that they also added like power and CPU. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. That's a fun idea. I like that. Really fun idea. Let's see. What's the rifter fit I was working with? I have a rifter fit that I kind of worked on. Let's see. This is the one that this person made public, but then I adjusted it a little. Because I wasn't able to use that other one. I actually don't know why I have this instead of a webifier. I should definitely be using a webifier instead of this. which means I didn't actually end up changing anything on this. I think I started to try and change it and then ended up just basically taking it down to tier 1 modules. Yeah. Okay. Well, I thought I had done a lot of work on this, but apparently ended up just coming right back to where this person had started at, which is hilarious. Interesting. Ooh, I capped this and I didn't even notice.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Warp Rifter. Give me that sweet, sweet simulation. Oh, even a micro warp drive. Let me get out here where I got a little more safety. Sir Camelot. Wow. Wow. You're so fucking clever, dude. I want to grow up to be as clever as this person who named themselves Sir Camelot. That is my truest aspiration. Just the height of comedy. But that was the one that won a 30-man round robin fight, double elimination. Cool. Cool, cool. I mean, I definitely see it's interesting to me that the choice was to go with basically no armor or hit points. And I think that probably that means it had to be T1. Okay. So there was no using anything like the auxiliaries. Because you have the auxiliary repairer now. I don't know how long the auxiliary repairer has been in the game. But the ancillary, which uses the nanites. Okay, so this is just all about they made it also be stable and the low slot was added. Yeah, I knew that you didn't have this low slot before. And so I guess if you're fighting specifically for the death, to the death, then the warp scrambler is also important. Made to hit hard and hold for as long as it needs. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a get in there, brawl hard. Get out kind of a fit. There's one thing about this fit that I'm not particularly interested in, and it's specifically this warp scrambler, because I don't actually give a shit about killing people. If they run away, then I'm mostly okay with that. The only reason that this warp scrambler might end up being of value to me is so they can't use a micro warp drive to keep me at distance and plink me down. So I could see needing to be able to use that.
You cannot warp there because
Whoops, I fucked up.
are disrupting the ship. Warp drive active.
Bye, Dexter. Your name is still stupid. Yeah, so like I wouldn't want them to necessarily be able to use a micro warp drive. So I might warp scramble them there. But if I'm using a warp drive already, or a micro warp drive already, then I don't really think I need that to keep them in range. So I might go ahead and just let them warp away if they want. Because that's still a victory, in my opinion. Because the only reason I'm going to be fighting people, really, is for control of whatever I'm doing. Because the value of kills in this game is great, and you can get a lot of good currency for it. You can get people who have really high tier equipment and stuff like that, that can end up making you a lot of money. But in my experience so far, the most consistent and the best way to make currency seems to be doing PvE activities and then protecting those PvE activities from enemies. And so my goal, more than anything, is probably just to get people pushed off. This person is now chasing me around like a cunt. But you can't get me. I'm too fast. Because you suck.
Warp drive active.
What a dipshit. Hope that person had fun. No, I just wasn't paying attention. I was looking at something else. I had too many things going on my screen, and so when he warped in on me, I didn't see him. And I didn't move away like I had been. That's what happens when you stream. Sometimes you get caught up doing other stuff, even when it's an important thing. I mean, it was a 2 million ISK ship. It's not even almost an ouch. So far today, I've made goodness, 300,000 or 400,000 of these loyalty points, which equals 200 to 300 million ISK. And I just lost my first ship today. It's only going to cost me about 2.4 million ISK. So, I mean, I could die another 150 times in a row. And it wouldn't really matter. What really has me laughing is that person was typing in the local chat about how I would easily be able to kill him in a slasher, trying to bait me to fight him. But already, like before we even fought and I was just running away, he was already trying to come up with excuses as to why he was losing. Which is just hilarious to me. All I was doing was running away from him. And he was still trying to make it seem like I had the one up, like I had the advantage in that fight. So if he lost, he could be like, well, you know, it's because you had the slasher. Like an absolute clown. All right, let's go here. Let's go do some more. But that's why I'm out in such a cheap fit is, you know, I don't have Tech 2 weapons. So there's no point in even equipping weapons. Because if I don't have Tech 2 weapons, I'm not going to win that fight, right? So... yeah. Yeah, no way I was winning that fight. Not a freaking chance. But it won't be too long. We'll have ourselves some more skills. We'll get ourselves some more skill points. We'll get our mastery up on our wolf. And then we'll start fighting people with that. But there's a period of time when you start out in this game that, because of your limit on skills and your limited ability to equip higher powered modules, that your risk is just too great when you start engaging in combat. There's an amount of time that you just have to spend running away until your skill points catch up. And then, I mean, once you can fly a frigate at a good equipment level, right, with good modules, with, you know, good armor skill bonuses, with good CPU and power skill bonuses, with, you know, all that stuff, so that you're actually standing a fighting chance, then, you know, you're good to go fight it out. But until that point, every skill point that you have less than that other person is at least a 5% reduction in your combat ability. And if they're using Tech 2 weapons and you're using Tech 1 weapons, you're pretty much at an automatic 40% damage disadvantage. Which, I mean, if you were like the best pilot in the world, you could totally overcome. But if you're at that kind of a skill disadvantage, then you're probably also at that kind of a experience disadvantage. Which means you're not the best pilot ever, which means you totally can't overcome that 40% damage difference. So it's best to just be out here in something that can run away and pick up your currency where you can and do the boring shit while you have to. And once your skill points get up there and you can start competing on an equal footing, then you learn to fight and then you start beating those people's asses. But if you look at the way that ship was fit, one of the things about those players specifically that are running around looking for, you know, low tier newbies, they always equip their ships with scramblers, and that automatically makes them weaker in a fight. Because that scrambler has no value to their ability to target you. It has no value to their damage capability. It has none of that. So the minute they equip that scrambler, the minute they're just looking for the kill and not looking for the victory, by pushing somebody off of whatever it is they're trying to accomplish, they automatically make themselves weaker. So if all other things are equal, you win that fight 100 times out of 100. Because the warp scrambler isn't a defensive weapon, and it's not an offensive weapon. Its sole purpose is to keep people from escaping you. So it's only useful against people weaker than you. Because stopping somebody who's stronger than you from warping doesn't really do any good. They're going to kill you. So the minute somebody like that warps into your grid and you have, you know, equivalent skills and equipment, then you just win that. So I'm very much looking forward to winning those fights. It's going to entertain me. In a minute, I'm gonna need a sentimental man or woman to pump me up. Bye, Dexter. No, different guy.
Warp drive active.
Pretty much all I've heard from people in this game is that stream sniping is extremely prolific. So it wouldn't shock me if that person was stream sniping me, but it don't, like, whatever. If it becomes so much of a problem that I just can't do anything, then I'll just quit playing the game. Like, I don't give a shit. That's why I don't play Ark anymore. When I was streaming Ark, I had this person who kept coming into my chat and screaming and saying racial slurs and, you know, changing letters and stuff around so that he could keep doing it, even though I was banning his words and stuff. And kept banning his accounts over and over and over and over and over again. But then he was stream sniping me, so he'd just come find all my bases every time I started building up and totally demolish my base. Just over and over and over again for literally months straight. The same person did it to me. And so eventually I just quit playing Ark. I don't give a shit. There's plenty of games out there. Sure, I could hide the system over here, but then I've got to hide the system over here. And then I've got to hide local down here. And then, you know, I mean, there's just, I got to hide this whole thing. Because you never know. And then, you know, if I pump in these anomalies here, you could kind of figure it out, right? Based on which anomalies are available. So, I mean, like, yeah, sure. I could block off half of my screen and make it impossible to watch like everybody else so that I didn't get stream sniped, but I'd rather just play the game. And if it becomes a problem, then fuck them. I don't care. It's just a video game. It's not the end of the world. There are lots of them. I'll just play something else. If the community at large is so trash that it becomes enough of an issue that it makes me not want to play, then it's not a community in a game that I want to be a part of and playing anyway. Because that's not the only toxic garbage they would be doing, right? If that's the way the community is, then I would prefer just to go somewhere else. I mean, except that my gameplay time isn't really about the game itself while I'm streaming. My gameplay time is much more about building the community, getting to interact with people, talk to people, you know, have people who are going to want to come back to my stream, maybe regardless of the game that I'm playing. So, unfortunately for me, it is my life work in Eve, and I hate to call arms as my fault. Say what now? Oh, hate to call for people to come help you. Right, right. Yeah, well, so that's another reason that I don't really like guilds and alliances and stuff like that, is because absolutely, like, this is stuff I'm willing to deal with, and I 100% don't want other people to have to deal with because of me. So, absolutely, I totally agree with you there, Ragnarok. It's why I always played solo in Ark. It's why I play solo in this. Anytime I'm going to be streaming a PvP game, I'll just be playing by myself because I definitely don't want other people to be paying for the fact that I decided to put my life on the stream or my gameplay on the stream. Es no bueno. Drunk roams. Nice. Nice. That sounds like fun. Sounds like a good time. Still need to finish these so I can get my 400,000 skill points. Plus whatever I get over here. 650,000 skill points. We kill a ship, everyone takes a drink. If you lose your ship, you finish your drink. And if you come back out, you make another drink. Ooh. Ooh. That's a rough one. I die a lot. I don't think I've killed anybody yet. So 100% of the time that I engage with people, I would have been drinking a whole drink. I would have maybe lasted about 45 minutes, and then I'd just be done. On the floor, unable to get up. And I was a sailor for 6 years. I was in the Navy. I can put it down. But not like that, I can't. Goodness. Flying the Galante Navy Comets with the police skins. Nice. Freaking nerds. In a minute, I'm gonna need a sentimental man or woman to pump me up. Typing's hard, I get it. That's why I'm sitting over here on the side with the microphone. I can't type for shit. Yo, I'm a little sad nobody's buying my shit. Somebody, please. Yeah. I mean, the fact that you can say main language, you're already doing better than me because I only speak one language and I still can't fucking spell. So it's fine. It's fine. Who cares? I was able to figure out what you were saying even before you corrected it. As long as I can understand it, I don't give a shit.
Warp drive active.
Wordy. Wordy, you little goofball.
Warp drive active.
Why you in my way, Qwerty? Oh, that's a destroyer. How is there a destroyer there? Oh, because it was a small, that's right. That's right. Smalls can be entered by destroyers.
Warp drive active.
Just flying around out here in this space with 5 enemies. Like a baller. Oh, I forgot to fit my ship. I bought all the stuff for it. I forgot to actually click the fitting button. What a freaking clown, dude. What a freaking clown. I am definitely gonna get murdered. Thankfully, I'll only lose 700,000 ISK. Yeah, get a whole 3 years worth of skills listed. That's actually kind of crazy that it used to just be one skill at a time. That's kind of crazy. So I did at some point, extremely early on in Eve's lifespan, I did play Eve for about 4 hours. Um, and I don't know. I might have still been living with my parents. Like, I don't know when this game came out. I guess I moved out of my parents' house in like 2005. Let's see, Eve online release date 2003. Yeah, so it was actually probably while I was still living with my parents within that first 2 years of the game being out. I played about 4 hours. and then I quit. And then I basically never played it again. I played a little bit 3 or 4 years ago. But what I have right now, as far as currency and resources and stuff, is the most I've ever had in this game. Have to set your alarm for 3 a.m. to keep it going. Yeah, gross. Absolutely gross. I mean, it took almost 20 years between the first time I ever tried this game and the second time I ever tried this game. I would say I pretty effectively left the game. Grand total in the entire lifespan of Eve, I've probably played, up until I started playing this time, I probably played 200 hours of Eve in 20 years. Which for me is literally nothing. In the last 19 days, I've played more than 200 hours. Just making isk. Just making isk. Hey, hey. close that. Those people are dumb. So stupid. Did my stream just crash? You must be fucking kidding me. Wow, my stream just reset or something. This has been happening way too much lately. In the past 3 days, it's happened 3 times. Yesterday, I couldn't stream at all because my upload speed was just garbage. I was just dropping like 60% of my frames. And then the day before that, my stream crashed and reset like 4 times. It's starting to piss me off. So I play on NVIDIA GeForce Now, the remote gaming service. So I don't know what's been happening, but my game hasn't been having any problems. So I'm still able to stream playing the game. I just can't send out my actual stream for the game, which doesn't make any sense. It's got to be either a software issue or maybe it's an issue with the restream.io service that I'm using to put out my multi-stream. Or maybe it's a problem with my computer is having issues or something. But it definitely can't necessarily be my internet connection, because if it was, then the quality of my my actual game would just tank and it would get all pixelated and laggy and gnarly, which has happened before when I was having issues. You know, somebody was working on my internet or whatever in the area that I was living in, and it was just causing problems. So I have seen that happen before, but this is something kind of different, and I don't know exactly what the problem is. But I'm going to lose my chill if it doesn't stop happening. Yeah, I stream to YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So this stream is also going on YouTube right now. The chats are actually integrated. There's just nobody watching on YouTube right now. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know what the issue is. It's been going fine. I mean, I guess that's possible, but I only upload one stream. So I upload my stream to another site, and then that site duplicates the stream and then sends it out to Twitch and YouTube at the same time. So I don't think that even if there was a problem where one was slower than the other or something like that, I don't think it would be an issue because obviously the latency times and stuff on Twitch and YouTube are already kind of off. Um, and not the same as each other. Like I can add a delay to Twitch and not to YouTube if I wanted to, and it would still work just fine. So I don't think that's the problem. But maybe. Who knows? I don't know. Whatever it is, it's making me freaking angry. And you won't like me when I'm angry. See, whatever it is, it's fucking with my audio too, though. There's no music in the game anymore now. Yeah, none of the ambient sounds in the game seem to be working anymore. I'm gonna try something. It's just weird to me that it's only the ambient sounds, because I'm pretty sure. Well, we'll have to see when we warp again to see if the warp sounds are still working. Oh, there's been a yellow dot on the screen too from my draw program. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Honestly, it's probably my computer. My computer's old as dirt. I thought maybe I was going to have some more time before I needed to replace it, but maybe not. Maybe I need to open it up and do a little work on it or something. See if I can't squeeze a little more life out of it. Oh, yeah. The ship tree is so much fun to look at. I love this thing. Yeah, we'll see what we can do about it. Maybe. Or maybe not. Maybe my computer will break down and I'll just have to quit streaming and do something else. That's fine. Whatever happens, happens. Who gives a shit? Running out of stuff to talk about. Somebody bought my score die. Nice. Good job, Lounge. One step closer to that billion-esque venture. Yo, what up, Guardian? Thanks for the raid. Welcome, everybody. How you doing? How'd the stream go today? Good, good. We got the chat game working pretty good. Some interesting things have happened today with the boss fight game that I'm making. The wingy bits are no longer square on the Fleet Tempest. Oh, nice. Went well, other than my shiny new mech is now stuck in a cave. What are you playing? Subnautica. Oh, okay. Okay. Got it, got it. I don't think you're supposed to get the mech stuck, dude. My defense, chat told me I wouldn't get stuck. Oh, yeah. Because you should ever trust chat. That seems like a great idea. Of all the things I've ever heard in my life, Guardian, that one right there might be the most naive. Chat said it would be okay. Oh no. Don't go hungry, Slim. Don't go hungry. Then you really will be Slim. It'll be terrible. Nickname was because at one time I was 6'4", 145. Jesus, brother. Jesus. I think the last time I weighed 145 pounds, I was in middle school. Maybe early on in high school. Maybe. But that's just because I've always been a fat fuck. Pretty sure that's the one that other dude was at. There's not really enough options here right now, so we need to move on to a new zone. Meh. Meh. Yeah, whatever. Let's go over here and see what happens. Oh no, that's my current system. Never mind. Okay, well, I guess we're going over here then. Cool beans. Cool beans. You have to say, I like new cutscenes when you get into a new ship. Yeah, it's kind of nice. Unfortunately, it's not when you get into a new ship. Well, maybe it's when you get into a new ship each day or something. But they happen a lot, and I just skip them. Because they're ridiculous, eventually. There's probably a setting that I could change to make it not happen, but who knows? There we go. Show boarding kinematic for first time boarding. Turned off. Now I don't have to give a crap. Oh, what's that? Somebody put a ton of work into making those look nice? Too bad. All right. Well, I think probably so that I can spend some time working on this chat game to make it a little more deterministic and a little more fun. We're probably going to go ahead and call the stream today. It's been about 5.5 hours. I think that's a good amount of time. So I think we'll go ahead and call the stream for the day. I'm going to keep doing this sort of as I work on the game and just kind of pop back in every couple of minutes and move myself around and stuff. So hopefully we'll have some more currency by tomorrow. Hopefully we'll be running 2 accounts. If I can get this stuff sold, then I should have enough. Um, should have enough to get 2 accounts. I think we're going to go ahead and raid the stream out to another one of the smaller Eve streamers. It's Goonie. I've spoken to them a couple of times. They're pretty cool, and I think it's their wife that they're streaming with. Ragnarok, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Hope I get to see you again. Hey, and Slim Monkey, really appreciate the follow. Thank you all. Really hope to see y'all back in the chat sometime. But yeah, I think we'll just go right out to this Isgoony dude. And I believe his wife, because they're pretty cool folks. And we'll call it a day while I keep working on this game thing. If I can figure out how. Manage stream, there we go. I keep forgetting how to do this raid thing. Because I'm a scrub. Because I'm a big old scrub. There we go. But yeah, I really appreciate everybody who came in and chatted with me today. It was super nice to get to chat with so many new folks. Again, I feel really, really great about how well we've been sort of welcomed into the Eve community. It's been a lot of fun. We've had more new people to talk to playing Raid than pretty much anybody or any other game that I've played. So it's been really outstanding. And that's, I mean, one of the most fun things about Eve so far for me, I think, is just all the people I get to chit chat with. So thank you all. But I hope everybody has a good night, and I will see you all at about the same time tomorrow. So thanks again, and have a good night.